it looks pretty much the same. I'm getting a familiarity both in the layout of the button and then the choice of colors and stuff like that. So here we go. So we see a guy painting in the dark, in the light of the candle. He's scrubbing with a chalkboard pen. Then we see the light swinging left and right. We see cards, people playing cards with a bottle of whiskey. Showdown time. Full house. Full house too. One is high on the king and the other is low on the aces. You lose. Arg! Grabs a bottle and smash someone with it. Eek! Blood splat on the floor. Cards fall on the floor and the hand is hanging left, dying, hanging. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. There are no names. We don't know who made the phone calls or... Alright. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. Why can't they say Phoenix Wright in the Miles Edgeworth game? I have no idea why they don't. Maybe copyright related issues. That never I never investigated to see why such a phenomenon happened. So all right, let us begin. Apollo. Panic. Palm sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Oh, we see a guy with long blonde hair with glasses. He has the attorney badge. He's dressed all in purple. He looks like he doesn't have a cravat like Miles Edgeworth, but he dressed just as fine as him. And Apollo, we don't see him yet, but we only see a silhouette in the intro. But he looks like a young kid. Maybe does he have a I'm gonna check the court record if he has a profile. No, he doesn't have a profile yet. Not yet. But I thought Phyllis and Miles were made by the same people. Yeah, they were made by the same people, but I have no idea why they didn't say that name. Maybe it's because of the localization. Those are both Capcom games. I don't know why there was any worry. Anyway, moving along. Good morning, sir. You look Christoph with a K. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. Yeah, he has an energy like Tom Holland. So I cannot do a Tom Holland impression, but if I would cast if I would made an Apollo Justice movie, I would cast Tom Holland as Apollo Justice, that's for sure. And Christoph, he looks pretty young too. He in the early 20s. His long hair are very well combed. Like one of his lock is straight like an ice pick in front. The rest is all they're all straight, all long, blonde, straight, and well combed, held together. Like they're. I don't know if he put some sort of gel to make them so tight, but he looks like he looks like he just put a helmet on his head and then the air just followed. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I get up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. Chords of Justice, yeah. I said chords, but it's chords with an H. Like, he has vocal cords. Apparently, this guy has strong vocal cords. So when he yells profusely. Did detect a certain rasping quality in your screech. Oh, I overdid it again. I'm fine! As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happened, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Boom. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Oh, again? I didn't expect him to see him so early. It's actually Phoenix Wright in civilian's clothing. He has an unshaven beard, 3 days old. He's wearing a beanie, like very light blue beanie, with a sticker of a screaming selfie, like woo, and pink letter spa on that appears on the side of his head. But I don't know. See, this is gonna be of course. When I say this is Phoenix Wright 4, this is exactly like Phoenix Wright, just like we changed the main protagonist. And there's a different mechanic, since he doesn't have a Magatama, he has something else. I remember last time we talked, he has those lie to me special power. Yeah, so question mark. Whoa! Yeah, also Phoenix is wearing a hoodie and some golden pendant. He doesn't have his badge anymore, doesn't have his suit, is like... I didn't recognize him at first because his hair are hidden inside his beanie. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So, you're fine. I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I didn't remember you having a name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. He's giving us that weird, sure of himself smile that he's got in court when he's got someone cornered with evidence. He's giving that to us, but he's a client, doesn't have anything yet. Why? Huh? You can do it. Be confident. There was something else written on the side of his bean, but as soon as he turned his head, I couldn't read it, and now he's facing us, and we can't see it at all. So, yeah, Phoenix is defended again. He's been accused of murder again, but this time he's like, not the I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! He's innocent. Of course he's innocent. It's the tutorial. Of course he's innocent. Okay. I need to focus. First trial, here comes Justice! Justice with a capital J, like, that's his catchphrase. Here comes Justice! Because his name is Apollo Justice. April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 2. Rubble, 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 rubble. The court is now in session. Of course, it's the judge, same as usual. Payne has a different haircut, but it's him.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is, fine. I mean, I'm ready, Your Honor. Okay, he's wearing a white rolled-up sleeve shirt. He's having, a red sleeveless vest on top of that. He's wearing a turquoise necktie underneath this vest, and we see his golden attorney pin sticking out. And he has a bracelet on his left hand, like a big one, like let's say 1 inch wide. No, in the tutorial, it's always Payne, the prosecutor. He's the rookie killer, remember? No, I don't think Edgeworth is in that game at all. But yeah, maybe he's like too big for the. Hey, if it was Edgeworth, the prosecutor, that guy would have been dead in the water. Think about it. If that was Edgeworth, who would have win between a rookie attorney and mother effing Edgeworth, who only found the culprit during the investigation? Alright. Mine going blank. Oh, don't panic. Don't panic. Ah, it's too late. I'm sweating already. And he has he has very short hair, but he has 2 lock of hair sticking out like antennas, and they move according to his mood. They go up and down, left and right. Like, I think it's really already proved Phoenix is innocent. Yes. Yes, by then there wouldn't be if Edgeworth would have been prosecuted, there wouldn't be a trial. They would Edgeworth would have prosecuted the real murderer, you know? Yeah, exactly. Apollo would never been needed. All right. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained.
Because I yelled too much.
Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes, and my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice, but to entrust this case to this greenhorn, why? I don't exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have cords of steel? Then let us begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Now we see Phoenix. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we have to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? Papa. Is Beanie as Papa written on it? Wait. No, I'm okay. These days I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges. Mr. Payne?
The tank! I saw you enter this room with fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in shades.
Stopping his forehead. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borch Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright? A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice.
Now, remember from Miles Edgeworth's game? A bottle of grape juice? It's actually a bottle of wine. It's clearly a bottle of wine. The color is the one of a wine bottle. There's even a cork on top. It's not even a cap. It's a cork. So it's a... We're gonna say the freaking grape juice. Yes.
A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
Yeah. Phoenix hit low. Phoenix hit really low. Poor guy. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added to the court record. Okay, I need to get accustomed to the other evidence. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Right now, we got Smith's autopsy report. The time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. I'm gonna check. Victim's name, Shadi Smith, age question mark, male. Estimated time of death, April 17, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulted from blunt trauma to forehead. Yeah. Crime photo number 1. The sub-basement at the Borch Bowl Club. Touch the check button for details. Yeah, Yeah. So, all the Phoenix Wright games are happening in court. We do a little bit of investigation, but it's not as thorough as when we were doing with Edgeworth, and we have some sort of time limit, and instead of having an argument with anything else, trying to prove a point, we're doing this in front of the judge, and yeah, it's a little bit different. Yeah, it's not the defense attorney's job either, but he has, because in this game we don't have access to all evidence. We have to fetch for them. It's not like the investigation team collects everything and shares it with both the prosecutor and the defense. It's like, because this type of jury it's a non-jury type of law. There's no jury in here. There's a judge, but there's no jury. Like, it's the judge that finds the defendant guilty or not. And I believe that the message of the game is that since there's the crime rate is so high, they have to clear. They have to close the cases in 3 days maximum. They have 3 days to reach a verdict, to get the flow running. So this is why they've been overly simplified and cutting corners, too many corners, and this game is like a message to say that this way of doing the law is bullshit, and we can see we're gonna put where the flaw of that way of doing things brings up. So here we go. We have a crime photo in photographs received during the preliminary hearing. The submissive at the Borch Bowl. Okay, alright. We see the dead body. He's sitting on his chair, head in the back. He's wearing a hat above his eyes, resting on the next to his nose. We see chips, betting chips, cards on the floor, cards on the table. The bottle is next to the victim on the table. It's on the corners. No, it's on the corner on the victim's sides of the table, and it looks like half full. There's a chair that's empty. What else do we see? We see a door. We see vases behind the door. It looks like a cabinet or something. It looks like a window or the lamp. I don't know what. It's like it's black and white, and there's not much light in it. Okay, deadly bottle. Grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's print. Okay, we can examine the evidence the same way as we could in Miles Edgeworth. So, grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Gonna check all. Nothing on the top. I cannot interact with the ball. Oh, I can I can examine the bottom. The bottle is completely empty. Oh. Yes, it's well, usually a bottle can be used as a blunt weapon if it's full, because of the liquid inside. If it was an empty bottle, it was shattered. In the pictures, it was half empty. Now it's completely empty. And yeah, we have our first contradiction here. Doesn't make sense. We had the attorney badge. Alright, under profile, we got Christophe Gavin, age 32, gender male. Boss asks Gavin Law Offices. First-rate defense attorney, my trusted mentor. Phoenix Wright, age 33, gender male. Pianist at the Borge Bowl Club, formerly an ace defense attorney for some renown. So he's already 33 years old. Yeah, it's not shattered. He's only 33 years old. So it's like 10 years after the first game. So it's 7 years after trials and tribulation. 7 years. Shadi Smith. I don't know if it's Shadi or Shady. S-H-A-D-I. Age, question mark, gender male. The victim in this case, a traveler only recently back in country. He has a little mustache, a little goatee, some strong sideburns. He's tan looking, black hair, dark eyes. He looks probably Spanish or Italian. Winston Payne, age 61, the prosecutor attorney. For all his experience, he lacked a certain presence. Yeah, it's like, yeah, he's bald on the top, but his side of his hair still growing, but since he doesn't have much hair, he's letting that grow. So that looks weird. Okay, make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right, I've heard of that. Use the court record button to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. The court record button. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he has been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to his country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? No problem.
That too is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bull Club on the night of the crime.
If they had just only met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean.
Okay, this is the photo, the pictures.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Rubble.
Indeed. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Is it true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with a victim? It is true. Yet it was only that a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes. A test of wits, a silent class of passions. Only the cards, their back wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Judge? Come again?
The cards on the table had blue back, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That would be our first order of business here then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Phoenix ... is smiling. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. Yeah, it was Gavin who shouted objection. Yeah, I should have said it. But yeah, this is gonna be Gavin's voice. Because Justice doesn't sound like that at all. So, Phoenix. My pleasure.
This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing.
Witness testimony. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take an interested customer over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attraction. The rules are simple. You play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. Hello, Alex! Coming just in time, we're just starting the case. Our tutorial case of Apollo Justice. Our defendant for this tutorial case is Phoenix Wright. He's 33 years old, is no longer an attorney, has been apparently dishonorably discharged. We don't know the details yet. We're gonna find them later in the game. He's wearing civilian clothes. He has a 3-day-old beard, and he's wearing a hoodie and a beanie. And he works at a piano as a pianist in a Russian bar called the Borscht Bull Club. And yeah, he's been accused of murder by killing one of the customers with a wine bottle. But we found out that the bottle of wine is empty. It wasn't empty in the picture when the police took pictures of the crime scene. The bottle wasn't filled then. Maybe it's not the same bottle. We don't know. But yeah, the bottle is empty. And it's it has no blood on it, and we have no indication that this was the murder weapon. Just like testimony that says, "Oh, break the bottle," blah blah blah. So our the prosecution is Winston Payne. the judge is still the same, and our mentor is Mr. Gavin, who was a good friend. He's an ace attorney too. He was friends with Phoenix back in the day, during the 7-year period between Trials and Tribulation and today. And this is where we at, our first testimony. So the judge. A pianist who can play piano?
Better than defense attorney who can't defend.
This is yeah, chances are the ball is probably remove and replace. Probably true. The judge goes ... Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. That's Gavin, by the way. Sometimes he's gonna yell objection. I'm gonna tell the difference between justice and him. But the last time we had an objection, that was Gavin.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You watch me perform cross-examination many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination?
You guys need a refresher course in cross-examination. I'm pretty sure that with Miles Edgeworth we got the hang of it. It's the same as rebuttal. We press on the stuff, and then when we see a contradiction, we present evidence. I'm gonna say no thanks.
No need for help, sir. I think I got this one covered.
I think you'd better do more than think. You know it, or you do not.
I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons, press and present.
Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it.
Inconsistencies, lies. Phoenix Wright? As if! Mr. Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination. Cross-examination, the competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Now we're gonna hear the first hold it.
Hold it!
This is Justice. You see, he yells a lot. That's his cord of steel. Hold it!
You can hardly play.
Oh, I play sometimes when customer demand it. So I play them one song, and that's usually all they want.
Was that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. Kinda. Yeah, it kinda sounds like Tom Holland. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all.
Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once.
What?
You see why the customer comes now? You see why? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw.
Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time?
As I said, I'm a professional.
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible?
Yes. Can we introduce him to Celestia Ludenberg? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attraction. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right here in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. That's a window. Okay, I was right. So that white squarey thing, it's actually a window. Because in the black and white picture, like nothing is really what it seems. Emergency alert. Am I stay at home? Stay safe for the extended. Oh, Michigan has extend on the quarantine. Has to stay until April 30th. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm gonna open a parenthesis, a short one. Just received my emergency credit program money. Yeah, I applied it on. It was available since March 15. I applied for it on the 25th or 26th, and I received it yesterday. So yay, me! All right. End of parenthesis. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically figure it now. That window does look like it would be a good for keeping a lookout for but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, we come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clear and fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Christoph Gavin? Precisely. Cards on the table, cards up on the floor, each one of them forming a complete deck. A crime scene created by a bad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. From the governor's office, the state of Michigan has extended the stay-home safe order to April 30th to save life. Non-essential travel has been prohibited, but you can still leave for health and safety. Yeah, here we have to keep a 2 feet minimum or everything. It's not like we're stuck indoors. Like the police is not out there to break out to make. We don't have a curfew or anything, but they would break if there's like 8 or more people at the park. Coming together, like if you are there doing your groceries all by yourself, they're not gonna bother you. So yeah, incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. 1 deck of cards was red, the other was blue. Okay. As I recall, in poker you make 5 card hands. I can see how it could be easy to cheat. Yeah. Yes, a game of hands. That was Phoenix trying to slip up a clue. A game of hands. This competition you're talking about? I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a single game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred, yet you claim no connection to the crime. No, that's strange. He's doing his Phoenix smile. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Oh, he's slick. You see, he's learned a trick or two since then. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah! I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I would like make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Okay, now he's blatantly lying. Should I press or should I present? I already got the evidence. It's the tutorial case anyway, so... What do you guys think? Ah, too late, I'm gonna press it. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. Why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in your favor, yes? Yeah, I'm gonna present later, Jake. Sorry. Great, like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Yes, I did. Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it? When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why? I'd better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in the testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusion? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Alright. Got on the loop, pianist by trade, real jobs to take on interest customer, room where playing competition here, the club's main interaction, the rules are simple, where people take cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Okay. The deadly bottle bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. I'm going to present it and listen to that objection. Objection! Cords of steel. Objection! Ours have been extended till June because I'm in major hotspot. Just my county alone has 153 cases. In our province, we have 10,000 cases, but in our city, since we have a quarter of the population, I believe we have 3,000 cases. I'm living in I'm living on an island with 2 million people, so we're cramped. It's not like we're living on the countryside who has less. In my hometown region, all our cases are from the same nursing home. Like the whole building was infected, and the whole building was quarantined. That's it. All retired people, all elderly people. So, you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle, right? So I said. Apollo ... Yeah, Phoenix doesn't seem phased about that objection at all, and Apollo is sweating. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Oh, Payne is doing something with his hair. Is putting his finger in his hair and making them blow, like making them flow them in the air, like to air them out.
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
Yes, of course. Phoenix wanted to prove that that wasn't the murder weapon. Way to get one step ahead. What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in the question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Rubble. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Sorry. Excess yelling can damage the judges here in our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about the fingerprints on the bottle in the restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints did. That was Payne's objection.
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh?
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Yeah, so the pattern that he saw the fingerprints in are upside down, like he was holding the bottle upside down, like a weapon. So that's why they say, oh, it's a murder weapon. So basically, the prosecution says just because Phoenix held the bottle by the neck, that was a murder weapon. Upside down? What does that mean?
It means it was holding the bottle inverted, and there can only one reason for that.
But of course, I mean, the reason why I chose this voice was because of his objections. I didn't want to give him a buggy voice. That's what the games give him. It's like for Miles Edgeworth, I didn't want to give him a British accent, but the objection, hold it, take that. You see that those were like
yes, to brain someone with the bottle.
ah! Rubble. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything you'll say. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? ... I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what would that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still, that...
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we?
Okay, here's the diagram. We see the room, we see where the victim has been sit. We see the little window, we see some stairs leading outside.
The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground.
Did Phoenix Wright jump the table or jump over the chair? Okay, okay. The other chairs are blocking the way to the door. Because the way it's put, there's 3 big chairs, cushion chairs. They're very, very padded, so they take a lot of space, and the room is quite small. So when you sit down, like the door is a push. So when the door is open plus the chair, he would have to jump either over the table or over the chair. You have to move some furniture to reach the door. Like I don't know how. I have no idea how these guys move at all. But we need to figure out where he was sitting, where Phoenix was sitting. If he was sitting right in front of, if Phoenix was sitting right in front of the victim, that wouldn't be a problem. But if he was sitting next to the victim, that would be a little problem. So probably Phoenix was in the room, or a body moving, like Alex would have said. Either way. Alright. The defendant used this. Okay.
The defendant used the stair in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
Okay. We see a picture of Phoenix using his cell phone next to the piano. I see, and this is the phone that made the call? Right, cell phone added to the call record. The defendant could have just fled the scenes of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative?
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste it.
I'm gonna check this evidence. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant first floor. Check. Can I turn it? Wait, there's something sticking out from the back of the cell. Let's see. Wow! The batteries are held with a piece of tape? He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. Is there something else on the phone? It is an old model. It looks like one of those, it looks like one of those Blackberries or Nokia. The more I look at it, the more it looks like a Nokia cell phone. No, I pressed that same thing already. Okay. I think the prosecution was toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What is it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution is a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime? That must be they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Oh. It's a small girl who is wearing very stereotypical Russian clothing. Like she's dressed up for Siberian winters. and she's holding a bowl of soup. She's serving borscht. I think it's one of the waitress at the club. She has blonde hair. She really looks like Anastasia Romanoff. She's a blonde Anastasia Romanoff.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? Yeah, she is so shy. She's hitting her face behind the arm who's holding the borscht bowl of soup. She's hiding herself. She's very, very shy.
I surmise that she had been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
Yeah. He's referring to Apollo's hairdo because he's the front of his hair is licked back all the way up, and they look like an antenna or horns. Yes, frontal horns. So I use a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You're sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against Sarah a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you're sure it's okay. Now the prosecution. Jeez! She just took a picture. She just took a picture like with a disposable camera. Click, click. Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness paraphernalia?
Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be... My name is Olga Orly. I am employed as a waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform how it is said other service. I taken one of these other services taking the customers' pictures. Like, for example, this one. Oh, she took a picture of Phoenix sitting down to the piano talking with the client, but they're on the first floor. For some reason, there's snow everywhere. We see a bottle of grape juice next to Phoenix. Yeah, there's snow on the piano, snow next to the hearth. There's snow on the chalkboard where they announce the prices of the glass, yeah, they have been talking. That's the defendant.
Indeed, on the night of the murder,
man in white hat is one who was gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Bravo. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. Then the court would casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo added to the court record.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me, the hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Oh my god. The gangster is named Badgai. Bad guy. Get prepared for some dumb puns, people. I'm just saying. Is room where murder took place. What? Like, You look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Da, photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Not what you think it means, Apollo. Very well. Witness, you will testify to the court about that night's events. Testimony, the fateful night. That night, customers asked me to deal cards for the game. It was cold, both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hands on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Really? Face palm, everyone. It's a tutorial, I admit it. Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious the winner was the victim, Mr. Smith?
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can lose. Justice. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hasn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either.
Bullshit. Oh, his first 7 years. His first 7 years. Yeah, he's been there for a while. He's 61 years old. Okay.
Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
Okay. So,
These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime.
alright, so so Phoenix had a full house with 2 aces and 3 sevens. And the victim had a full house with 2 aces and 3 kings. So, yeah. Shady Smith won. They're playing with the blue set of cards, with the blue deck. They're playing with the blue deck, and the bottle of wine is on the victim's side, and it appears to be empty because it's tilted. It's open and tilted on the corner of the table, and nothing's coming out of it. So there's almost nothing in the bottle, and that bottle would break. All right.
The hands and chip on this side belongs to the defendant, Mr. Wright.
This is the 2 aces and 7.
Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
The 2 aces and 3 kings. Chips, you say?
Yes! Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. I'm gonna take a sip. Okay. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. chips photo added to the court record. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Alright. I'm gonna present everything for you, but when we're gonna stop on the last statement of the testimony, I'm gonna present instead of press. Because it's a blatant lie. How dare she? That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. You were dealing cards? Do you do this often? Da! I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. Click. It is my work. I tried to roll my R, but it's hard. I want to make her roll her R's. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Borscht is served cold. Dude. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players play with hats on. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on attending Krusty Crush and restaurant team. Outside it's city in spring, but inside is as always as cold as Mother Russia. Okay, so the snow is part of the decor. The club. My God! You get into a bar, but it's colder than what's than outside. What do you mean I didn't know that? Now I know that borscht is served cold, but it's not a reason to. Is it real snow? Why? How come it's real snow? Why does this snow doesn't melt? I mean, is it like a refrigerator all the time? Is this why she's dressed like that? Oh my God! I just realized she's wearing a parka, but she's wearing an apron on top of her parka, like a waitress. Freezing cold where the soup is cold too. I ain't ever going there. I was just curious man because it sounds like you didn't know that. Yeah. Apollo doesn't know shit about much because he's a greenhorn. That's his first trial, and he looks like an 18-year-old. That's why we say that if I could cast if this game was a movie, I would cast Apollo Justice, Tom Holland as the role of Apollo. That's why. And Jake seems to agree. Outside, it is okay as Mother Russia. Okay. No way am I going there. He just said the same thing as you, Jake. I ain't ever going there. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da. The victim he plays one time with his hand on his locket at his neck. Why do I feel like Miles Edgeworth was so much confident the first time that Apollo is? Yeah, I mean, the first time he was about to replace Burn Faraday, but because of the murder of Burn Faraday and the guy, what was this guy, Mackerel, he got held, this debut got held back, and his debut was during the Terry Falls case, which was Mia Fey versus Edgeworth, and it turns out the culprit was Dahlia Hawthorne, but she got away because the defendant confessed at the end of his crime, and he drank poison and died. So it was a tie for both. So Edgeworth on his first trial didn't even win his case. But some would count this as a win. Why the second KG8 incident was more confident during the investigation. Oh, yeah. He was more confident because he had a good mentor while who was aiming for perfection, so he got straightened up good. For Apollo, like anyway, yeah. Well, Edgeworth was a genius prosecutor. Edgeworth was a genius, was a kind of elite class level. That's why it was so hard. Up until Phoenix Wright came along, he has never lost a case. But as many times, every time that he faced Phoenix Wright, he lost case. At first, he was upset until he realized that what mattered most was not his perfect record, but the truth. So, all right. About his locket. What about his locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt that, though it might carry him to the moons and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, he would have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about, right? Not a rocket. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket. Yeah, exactly, Master J. Of course. I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. Doesn't matter what. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society, Justice. Because they overlap. That was auto scrolls and the voices overlap, but that was Gavin. It's considered bad for. I'm trying to. I want to give him an accent, but his face, his ethnicity is hard to pinpoint. Like, he has a European look. He's not German, he's not Swedish, he's not Danish, but he's from Europe. So I want to give him a European accent, but I don't know which one. It's considered bad form to poke fun at hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing? Of hard of understanding.
So, what happens next?
Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, dog. I don't want to make French again. I already made Celeste French. What else I put French with? Like French is like my native tongue. I try to avoid French if possible. He doesn't look much French. Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting.
Sorry.
I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened. I tremble with fear. Spanish. If the victim was still alive, I would give him the Spanish accent, not Gavin. That man flew at victim and is strangled him to death. Okay, I'm gonna present the autopsy report because death was caused by a single blow to the head.
Objection!
There you go. Yeah. Somewhere in the UK. I'm not good with UK accent, that's why I was trying to... normal customer only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report showed that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss Harley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Okay, she yelled so much, the soup bowl failed, and as it was falling, she was catching it. Both part. The plate, the bottom part of the bowl, the soup itself, and the cover of the bowl. So that was the sound that clip, 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 clip. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
Now we see a picture of the victim without his hat, and now we see that he's bald, and we see the blow to the head and some blood gushing out.
Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Crime photo number 2 added to the court record. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim's neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Achoo! Sorry. Justice? I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Hey, I didn't say that out loud. That night, customer asked me to deal a guard game. It was cool, both player would play with hats on. The victim plays, all the victims after the defendant tried to strangle him with a bottle. Okay, I'm gonna press. Oh no, wait, is something else? Oh no. Oh no, she amended her testimony. Now I have to press it again. Okay, I messed up. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if I'm with Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Harley. No. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit it with the bottle. Okay. Wait a minute. I don't see any strangle marks on his neck. What's this all about? I'm gonna press just so I won't get him in any mistake. You didn't say anything about hitting before. Sorry, I must be forgetting this, da. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, da, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle this victim, then change his mind, and choose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir, leave it to me. Yeah, this is, I already read that part. Okay. Terrible happened after the defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with the bottle. Okay, I'm gonna present the photo number 2. Objection! Oh! Did I do wrong? Your Honor, what do you think about the witness statement?
Huh? I'm not sure I follow you.
It clearly contradicts the I thought.
You don't sound very sure, Mr. Justice. Objection overruled.
I lose some life. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. May I present another Yeah, the photo overly focused on the fact that his forehead was removed, the hat was removed during the investigation. I don't think he can. I don't think that Phoenix can even. Oh, I can only present evidence. I cannot present profiles. Okay. Because I don't think that Phoenix can struggle anyone with his locket. He doesn't have enough chain to get the. I'm gonna read the autopsy report one more time. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Yeah. He was hit on the forehead. Gonna check with the picture. Yeah, it fits with the autopsy report. Yes, I'm gonna go with your gut. It bears worth in presenting the autopsy report, since it doesn't say anything about choking marks on the neck. Objection! No.
Please think the facts over before making accusation.
I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Okay. After the defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle. You know what? I'm gonna try the picture number 1, since the defendant tried to strangle the victim. The bottle was not near his reach. The way the way the crime scene has been set, he wouldn't be able to reach the bottle if he was going to choke him. Objection! No. Picture of the chips. Oh, I'm gonna try that. Yeah, I'm gonna try the other picture. Yeah, there were 2 pictures. I'm gonna. Uh-oh. I went a bit too far. Now I'm gonna do the loop. Victim played and last end. After defendant tried to victim in the ball. Chip photo. Objection! No! I'm gonna have to reload because I'm running out of health. This is my last mistake. Okay, the report doesn't work. I'm gonna go with the bottle itself, since it's impossible that it was to be the murder weapon, since it was empty. Objection! No! we didn't use everything, right? The only thing we didn't use is the cell phone and one of the...
Objection!
No, that wasn't it either. So this statement is wrong.
Hold it!
I'm gonna try holding it again if we see something new. Didn't say anything about hitting before. Sorry, witness, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Here's what you shouldn't see. A defendant makes strangle his victim and change his mind. The victim, she's with Mr. Roy. I'm gonna press everything again, but sometimes in Phoenix Wright game you have to press statements again. Yes, hashtag try everything, yeah. Dealing card, this is I'm doing this. Of course this wishes it, this is my work. Good to hear, welcome to Porch Club. Let's go, but player play with hats. Okay. Aha! Okay, I think I found the contradiction. It was a wrong contradiction because the contradiction on the statement it was called both player play with hats on. But if you hit the guy on the head and you could hide it with a hat, that means he wasn't wearing his hat when the assault happened, right?
Objection!
Oh, that was a good try. That was a good try. I must be on the wrong track. Yeah, it sounded like it made sense. I'm gonna press both the hat on again. It's already April. Could it be cold? Borsch Club outside spring. So cold. Coast of Borsch. Cold messages. The victim he plays whole time with his. Wait, the victim was playing the whole time with the hand on the locket on his neck. Aha! I think this is it.
Objection!
Yes! There was no necklace on the second picture. Why didn't I see that earlier? Alright. You know... Master Jake. I hope... Yeah, be right back, but it says that you have to... I just found it. I just found the contradiction. Alex, you're still there at least? Alright, I'm gonna read. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what is it you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim playing with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck?
Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this.
But what does it mean?
If we are to believe this witness testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Lockets just don't disappear, Your Honor.
It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no?
Taking it off? Wait, you don't mean...
The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all.
He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Yes, the objection was... Okay, you're still here. It's just my phone fell asleep. I had to unlock it, so it took me so a while to answer. Alright. Okay, you have a snooze on your... Okay, so, Jake. It didn't hit me on the... I didn't read the one of the statement carefully. Because sometimes I read out loud, but I don't think what I read. I just read. But the victim had his hand on his locket the whole time. The victim. And there was no locket on the second photo when they show him his wound. So I was right on the pick of the evidence. I just put it on the wrong statement. It's not that there are no shown strangle mark on his neck. There was nothing on his neck at all. They were supposed to have a locket. So since it was taking off, what she saw was the defendant, Phoenix Wright, taking off the locket out of the victim's neck.
Ah!
Ah!
Rubble.
Defendant! What do you have to say to this?
Smile, ...
Say,
Yes?
I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Yeah, this is where I got my confusion from. In her testimony, I thought that Phoenix was handling his finger around his locket. You see? I didn't thought that he took the locket off his neck and then wear it on his neck. So, oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Papa. So he really is a papa. His beanie has the word papa written in pink on it. And he's a father. Phoenix Wright is a daddy! Everyone, shout it out on the street. Hey, have you heard the news? Phoenix Wright is a father. Come again?
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirm it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. ...
So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence?
Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
Oh. Olga seems to look away, ... The victim had Phoenix's locket, yes. Why did he take the locket off? Yeah.
Miss Orley, you would testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant.
Witness testimony, serious competition. It's funny how she's handling the... I just realized she has winter mitts. Like she's handling all the dishes with oven, not oven mitts, but close, like winter mittens. Very thick one. It looks like as thick as oven mitts, but for winter.
The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips come in two sides, small and large. The one who was winning died was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and loose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, It does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret to be done. A common tale, but true.
I didn't have time to read all that. That was a movie reference. Because he said, I did a crime of passion, Your Honor. It was written, Your Honor, Y-E-R. Your Honor.
A common tale, but true.
Me thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Serious competition, cross-examination. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used?
No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be, exactly 7,000 points.
Oh, I see. I see where this is going. I need to press on everything on this one. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Christoph ... Those chips come in two sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If I do my math correctly, these chips, to make the right amount of chips, the small ones are worth 1,000 and the bigger ones are worth 100. The victim had more chips, but most of his chips are hundreds. Phoenix has 4 small chips and 1 large chips. Yeah, you gotta hop off. Alright. I'm gonna be here for at least 4 hours. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna finish the testimony before then, but alright, so Phoenix has, yeah, Phoenix actually had more. Yes. Phoenix had more. Phoenix was winning, but he lost this hand. So doesn't make it. Maybe since the victim didn't have enough to bet, he wagered in on the locket too. I'm pretty sure he bet the locket too. But Phoenix still lost his hand. Unless if we can turn the cards around and notice that the victim was cheating, maybe that's why there was a scuffle. So, are the chips in the photos all the chips that were used? Duh! Of course! Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yes, press harder. Maybe could you explain a bit about these chips?
Explain? What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are poker chips! They're not fish and chips! Not a chip off the whole block! Not a motorcycle or...
Thanks. A motorcycle cop.
Not a motorcycle cop or...
Thank you. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chip, 100 points chips and 1000 point chips. Yeah, it is not money, dog.
Justice?
Sir,
Don't you find her comment interesting?
in more ways than one, sir. In many more ways. I agree. I wonder if Payne is Wendy Oldbag's husband. Yeah, probably, but no, she goes for younger. She goes for younger blood. Mr. Oldbag. No, his name is Mr. Payne. That means that she would be Wendy Payne. Wendy Payne instead of Wendy Oldbag.
I would have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony?
Yeah, add to testimony. Yes, I do think this is very further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this.
Very well, witness, if you'd be so kind.
Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100, another kind is worth 1,000, two kinds and all. I'm gonna press further. Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why.
Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten.
Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The two types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones 1,000, right? Right? Well, of course they're right.
Ha! Don't waste our time!
Oh, he's sweating.
Is that all?
Yeah. Look. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her and now I'm the one who looks dumb.
Oh, Justice, please try not to embarrass me like that.
Huh? Who? Me?
There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands.
What?
It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all.
Calculation? The one who was winning, the one who was winning was victim. No. Objection. The one who was winning was defendant.
Objection!
There you go. You sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure?
It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you one. If you're not in kindergarten...
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big one, of course, duh!
Oh, I thought so too, but then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Mm-hmm. Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points.
Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5.
They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up,
How much is it?
do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness testimony.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why.
Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points were wrong, check counts were wrong, both were right. Both were right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer.
Well, what is it?
The value of the chips was the other way around.
What?
Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones.
Madness! Utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Bravo. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
But wait! The value of the chip may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still.
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points to each side of the table.
The victim, Mr. Smith, has 2,900 points and Phoenix, the defendant, at 4,100 points.
Well now, it seems that Mr. Right was winning that night after all.
That's impossible!
My client has never less reason to kill my client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning!
Yeah!
Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true values of the chip, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Catching up everything. Bravo.
Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can...
Who said hold it?
Excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley? Hold it now. I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do you see?
in the last hand there was cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam?
They're all the same thing. Yes, they were cheating last hand. That is why game end with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn for the interesting.
Witness, you would please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
Witness testimony, the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's end, cheat is more obvious. The next moment game become argument, the defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand and poor Mr. Smith. Miss Orley, why did you not tell us the court about this from the very beginning? Oh, she's hiding behind his bowl. I thought I smelled a cover-up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house?
Lawyers these days! You don't know your poker?
I can't say this bodes well for your case or career.
What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring?
Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind.
Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind.
That's a full house. Now we see Phoenix's hand. We see the 7 of hearts, the 7 of diamonds, the 7 of clubs, the ace of spade, and the ace of diamonds. Full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hands in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat!
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when he cheat? The final hand, cross-examination. The last hand, both men had full house. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway?
It is quite hard, duh. It is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time.
I guess that's right.
Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, but it is not possible. Not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king.
Yeah? 4 of each card, you say?
There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from the number of seasons.
You don't say.
And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Add all the cards in the deck and you get 364 a year!
You mean 52, which is the number of week you have in a year. You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year all in a deck of cards.
You don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps on going like this. If you look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious. How so? Hold it. How was it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played the 5th ace.
There were no 5 aces. A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith had 3 aces.
No, he did not.
And Mr. Wright 2.
Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well, the witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It says 5 aces at all.
No. Wrong.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But my name?
Yeah, presented in that that statement. I presented the chips photo. So we see the hand there. There was no cheating. There was only 4 aces, and all of them were different. If there was any cheating, it would be obvious in the back side of the cards, and that would be like very obvious, even for the other player. I am cheating, yeah.
Mistaken, but my name is...
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice?
Perhaps you had to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend? In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts where the witness testimony?
This.
Take that!
Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hands only held 2 aces. Eek!
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hands that held the 3rd ace in question.
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom.
Rubble. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true, I have seen the 5th ace. That was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've ever seen her all day. You're right to trust your instinct, Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards?
The cards?
Mr. Payne,
Yes?
the player's hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the card be shown to the court.
Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will examine? The victim's card or the defendant's card?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is the more suspicious? Victim's hands. It was the victim's hands that changed over the course of the witness testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Receives evidence, victim's hand. Alright. Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yeah, I'm gonna open the court record right away. I'm gonna check the victim's hand. I'm gonna check them. I'm gonna turn them around. Aha! The king of diamonds in that hand is a blue card, while all the rest are red. But they're playing with the blue deck. Only one of the cards has a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know. The cards' backs are red. For some reason, I thought they were using blue back cards in the final hand. Yeah. Yes, sir. I just did that. When examine evidence. Oh, it's the tutorial for the examination of evidence. I've done that already. Oh. When examining evidence, we sure to review it from all sides and angles. Try using the dials on the evidence viewer. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. Yeah. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards, the back is a different color. That's impossible! But I put that card in Wright's hand. Oh! What was that, Miss Orley? No, not yet. I merely said, I have. Eek! Oh, she's faking Russian. She's faking Russian. Your Honor?
Mr. Gavin, yes?
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
To cheat?
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer.
Ah!
Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orly?
She's the cheater, a professional advisor.
Yeah!
Order! Order!
Focus, Justice. Time to make advantage of her. Of her mistake. That sounded so wrong, even for you, Apollo.
Dude!
Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible! But I put that card in Wright's hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga Orly conspired to cheat not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith.
Oh!
This is probably Apollo's justice team. Because it looks like Phoenix Wright's, but it's with a different twist. Digga-dum, digga-dum, digga-dum-dum. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What?
Well, you don't mean. The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orly, are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accused the witness, Miss Olga Orly, of murder. Oh, she fell on the ground, but the ball still fall on the handlebar of the witness stand. She fell on the ground, but the soup was fine. That was lucky. I was waiting for the ball to come down because, like, oh my god, is it gonna fall on her?
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orly?
It appears she has lost her consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice?
Your Honor!
It seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means
this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it! I held out!
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to take further inquiries.
Objection!
Phoenix? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder why it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objection right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before!
The 2 decks at the club had different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used a red deck for the last game.
I see, but that's out. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too! I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating!
Yes, a card slipped into the deck, which seems to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. They were swapped before, duh. Wait.
Well, yeah! Thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Right! Of course it was
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be.
Nyeh.
I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? Hello, Master Jake. Yeah, it's freaking amazing. Yeah. So, if he's bringing that point up, either during or after the murder. Well, it could possibly be during. I mean, when was the card swapped into the deck? I'm gonna say after, because that's the twist. The reason why Phoenix asked the question. Perhaps it happened after the murder?
What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands has been shown? That's silly!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son! There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible!
Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Oh, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the end was shown. After the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy! I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Ooh, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us.
There's another?
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Good question. Who swapped? Because it could only have been the dealer, but... Because there's no reason why Phoenix would change his card before calling for the cops or after. Because, anyway. Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Phoenix Wright, Olga Orley, or someone else? Now that we know that it was after the murder, it opens the door and says someone who wasn't in the room at the time of the murder. Someone else! The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either.
What are you suggesting?
That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Mr. Orley at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it would be obvious.
That's Phoenix laughing.
Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is.
Fun? How about confusing. I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find out indeed after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us what the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game has been won with a full house. Three aces over kings. Oh, okay. Instead of three kings over aces. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True. Not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you choose to conceal this information from the court.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Oh, I know it doesn't mean what I think it means, but the way the way the sentence was built. Well, yeah, of course.
Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
April 20th, 11:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3.
That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of a crime like that, I must ask, is it the truth?
Well, now, I think you would know the... Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that.
Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no times for mysteries. I would only ask that you would leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome.
I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph.
Justice?
Yes, sir.
The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me.
You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Yeah, we see a cute little daughter with a magician's hat, a top hat, pink top hat, and she's wearing some sort of cape. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. She looks very young, but she looks more than a 6-year-old. She's like a tween. Where where did he? When did he have a child? That's not Mia's. That's clearly not Mia's. Is it Iris's? Or someone else, man? Or maybe... Oh! Of course I'm silly. She's adopted. My god, I'm so stupid. She's adopted, silly. It's like that girl is way too old to be his daughter. No, that makes sense. Adoption. I'm just surprised you got a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that right. The one who cheated that night. Was it you? He smiles. ... What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. What? Did he lost his badge because he cheated in court? Phoenix, how could you? I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like a trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Huh? Hello, Alex. Alright. We just figured out that Olga, the one who was dealing the cards, was cheating. Because one of the hands, during that play, they were... the victim had a full house, but 3 aces over kings. And there was a cheat, and she was telling the truth. But the reason why we found the card as they were is because on the victim's hand had 1 blue card and 4 reds. So the hand was swapped. Like there was someone else. There was a 4th guy. We have no proof of that yet. But someone, a 4th person, came on the crime scene, saw the card, and swapped the ace for a card that was on the table already and in their hands. Because there was a blue deck, but they weren't playing with the blue. They weren't playing with the blue cards. They were playing with sorry. They weren't playing with the blue cards. They were playing with red. So he took a card from the deck and replaced the 5th ace for a 3rd king to make it look like there was no cheat. But yeah, this 4th person made a mistake because he didn't know that they were changing. They were playing with 2 different colored decks. And that's why, like, the mistake was being obvious. Now we're having a recess. We're probably gonna have to investigate again, but we have to figure out who was the 4th person mangling with the crime scene. Cause we're the waitress Olga was in on it with the victim, but she probably didn't kill the guy. And now we realize that Phoenix had a daughter, and the golden locket that the victim had, that was Phoenix's. So during the struggle, he was grabbing his own locket. For some reason, the victim was wearing that locket. I don't know why. But yeah, there's something afoot or a hand because they're playing poker. ... Prumts. So yeah, that's what we're figuring out right now. This is where we're at. So exclamation mark Apollo. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. This is where the lie to me mechanic starts to get in. Because right now we're gonna focus on how the character is reacting and pinpoint which mannerism is indicative that she's actually lying. Okay? Oh, Apollo's gonna be something a bit more than the next Phoenix because Phoenix was a lie detector because of the Nagatama, but Apollo Justice is a lie detector in a totally different approach. But you see, yeah, probably need some more sound alert. Yeah, well, as soon as I figure out some other options I can do with my stream, it's true that I need some sound alert. Because right now, I understand that sometimes I'm a lot focused in my game and I don't see much what's going on in chat. Because the way I play it, sometimes on the background. Alright. Everything seems fine for the moment. She would touch the back of the neck. Did you notice? Did you notice? No, come on, who would notice that? Words, habit, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Oh, I have not activated the channel point redeeming system, it's true that I don't have an alert when someone's following me or when someone is rating me. Well, I can notice when sometimes someone's talking on chat or sometimes when I see the number of followers increase. But it's true that like I cannot be yeah, I would need some of those in the future, that's for sure. Right now I'm just a little fledgling, a little Twitcher fledgling. Okay. There's a JavaScript error, I don't know why. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. Do you want to save? Yes, I'm gonna save. Are you enjoying the... No, the game didn't crash, but I had an alert message for some reason. It's concerning Discord. It was flashing on my corner. I was trying to click it to see what was going on, and I didn't. So, I think my Discord crashed, but I need to check it out later. Right now, it's refreshing perpetuity. Anyway, April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear a version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand.
Very well. The witness will take the stand.
Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser?
Not.
Okay. She's removing her costume and she's a pirate. Name's Olga Orley, that's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. She's wearing, she's still wearing her camera. She's removing all her winter clothing. All the things that make her look Russian. She's having a bandana. She's wearing a casino usher outfit. She's a casino dealer, but she's wearing a pirate bandana and she's wearing on her neck her digital camera. So I'm gonna throw off her Russian accent because that was a disguise. So name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley.
Oh really?
Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. My last name sounds like oh really. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Rubber. Witness! You will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. And any further fabrication will have serious consequences.
Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So, you were in cahoots with the victim? Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. He's a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. We would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut.
You swap the cards!
This is like a reconstitution of what they're doing. Like Phoenix is showing his up in the air, confident that he did not cheat, and Smith would search his pocket and reveal the card he planted there himself.
You swap the card!
Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan.
Oh really, Orley? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake?
I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right! He's lucky, I'll give him that. You have to be too slip-free from a trap played by Olga Quick Fingers Orley.
Oh really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
Testimony. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And White, right, lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up the ball and swung it. It wasn't me with Smith. It was that no good cheating defendant.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. Is if that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking!
Well, the testimony for that is worth. The testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Best laid trap. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. This planted card! Which card was it exactly? The trump card! The 5 of hearts! What?
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend?
I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course, while he was eating. At the Borch Ball Club, we serve borsch and suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
Of course, the card was to make his grand debut during the game. Like a good borsch, a good plot must be cooked up really and allowed to take it. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to, then Smith searched him. So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known, as I suppose.
Tell us what happened with the search. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone. Without a trace. Poof. Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. I'm gonna take a sip. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long starry career, never at Quick Fingers Harley has been readily duped.
Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing, which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strive the victim. Well, oh! Oh! She's stroking the back of her head and something happened. What was that just now? I sensed something. She was lying.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yes, press harder. Miss Orley, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You. She's holding her camera inside her hand, like ready to crush it. She's mad and she's sweating. Me? Quick Fingers Orley? Hide something?
The defense will refrain from baseless accusation.
I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did say it honest. Yeah, she doesn't quite seem sure of herself. I saw it when right hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? Flashback. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony, like she's doing right now. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Whoa, what's going on? Now we see, this is like a slow motion moment. On the top of the screen, we see her talking as usual. In the bottom of the screen, we see the inside of Apollo's eye. He can see like her hand twitching when she's stroking the back of her head. Like the moment she lies, she twitches her hand. What's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch is so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Okay, now the perceive button shows. So what's gonna happen is in further testimonies, if there's somebody who's gonna lie, I'm gonna try to scan the picture talking, and if I see some weird movement, I'm gonna perceive it.
Gotcha!
Like that. Gotcha! Miss Orley, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory? Would someone care to explain what she's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happen when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. That would be the bottle. Yeah, I saw him getting hit with the bottle. That wasn't get hit with the bottle. The locket? The locket isn't part of the evidence. It's gotta be the bottle, because the bottle is empty and it would be crushed. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck, and what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was it, not you. She's sweating.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wall conjecture! The witness habits, they're completely irrelevant!
Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later. Trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Harley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Oh, now she reverts back to her costume. Yet, I am knowing nothing. Yet. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Everyone dot dot dot. We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please. Now!
Ah. Turns back. Ah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
Hold it!
You press that. You seem uneasy. You try singing up here. Your eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed or fine. Flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
I'm gonna use the phone, Mr. Jake. Just like you suggested. Because Phoenix called from upstairs. It's true. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got here. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Cell phone used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor.
Take that!
I got all my help back because of the second part. To be continued. Good, good. Miss Orley, we had a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Was that a lobster? Okay. The man who picked up the ball. Okay. I'm gonna show you what happened. Somehow the ball flung into the air, and she was taking a selfie of herself in shock, and everything went to the floor. Like the plate was on one side, the ball was on the other. There was lobster inside of it. It didn't look like soup at all. And another part. So now Olga says, the man who picked up a bottle and swung it at night wasn't the defendant. Now we see the lamp twirling left and right. We see the two people. Cards were flung left and right. Oh, showdown time. You dirty cheat! Get his pockets now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Everything's in the dark. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right and he hit me. You some master of cheating you turn out to be! When I came to, the victim was already dead.
The victim was already dead, is that it?
But the victim's fingerprints weren't found in anything. Yeah, because the bottle got broken, yeah. That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Judges, ... Apollo dot dot dot. Pain dot dot dot.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was a kid with a bottle and I'm imagining all of this!
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley here a big fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, the victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer! It's a trap! Someone's trying to frame me! That's Phoenix laughing. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright?
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder? Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of card were being used. A 4th person.
Ah, this theory again! Your 4th person doesn't exist!
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about? Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color of the back of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear!
Who is this 4th person?
Why do I always get put on the spotlight like this? Okay, I'm gonna try. Alright, the chips photo, the photograph that was submitted as evidence by Prosecutor Payne, show that the card on the top of the deck was blue. Oh! So it's someone here who thought, who could have been, wait. Let's check some stuff again. Renowned, Shadi Smith, recently back in the country, professional swindler, hired by the victim to score Phoenix reputation, 21, and Winston Payne, why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used the final game were blue? Oh! Okay, now we see the profiles. Alright. Yes, it's Christoph. He was dining with Phoenix that night, remember, huh? I was trying to find out. I know that he was talking about that, yeah. Because there was... Phoenix was there, Shady Smith was there, and Olga was there. But they all three knew it was here, and then Payne said it wasn't me. Since we're not in the profile, and the judge is not in the profile, the only ones left is Christoph Gavin. He was there. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the color in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It's true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that a game, in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
Ah, competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passion. Only the cards, their backs readed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Yeah. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
Huh? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right? You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph, you know even I never take a joke this far.
The game has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb! This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had the connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met!
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is it the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request... The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defendants believe that Miss Orley...
Am I to assume you speak up for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
Oh!
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Yes! This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defendant would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court.
Et tu, Justice?
You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Yeah, this is why Felix wanted Apollo.
Very well. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
Witness testimony. Appetite before murder. I was about to say appetite. But just remember, appetite in French doesn't take an E. In fact, funny fact, if you want to say appétit in French correctly, do not pronounce the T at the end. Pretend it doesn't exist, and it's like bon appétit. There you go. Quick tip in French. That evening, Christophe and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christophe left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borch Ball Club the night of the murder?
I dined with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in the murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him.
You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me in your little murder trial?
The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now.
I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice.
Sir!
He's lying, and you're going to expose him.
Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well.
Why can't I have a normal trial?
Cross-examination, appetite before murder. That evening, Christophe and I had dinner. We sat at the table for this photograph.
You had dinner with Mr. Gavin?
Yes, he dined with me at the Borch Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying our usual dinner at our usual spot as usual. Usual, eh? I always ate at the table closest to the piano.
I see, where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such a table were from your dinner?
Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Christophe. We dined for 2 hours and Christophe left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christophe left. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christophe Gavin and Shady Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall?
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be, if that was all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright, what are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga early mentioned.
The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant the card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal five aces during one of their games. Then their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out to search Wright, and then we would pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards!
Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted! Yep, I snuck a peek out of it and found out it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Dispose? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
Oh, is that the bottle where he has his fingerprints on it? I'm gonna check again. Ah, it's opaque. I can't see it. Nah, the bottle is empty. That's not the bottle. I cannot see through it either. I thought that was hidden behind the tape, but we cannot see inside. The murder weapon? Yep, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information.
I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. No, I did not, because the bottle is empty.
Objection!
Thank you. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in there. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely ... isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can't see that I know that what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh?
Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out? Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either! We looked inside the bottle. There was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradiction called for decisive evidence.
Oh! Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Oh, why do I get the feeling we're not on your client's side anymore? That evening, Christoph and I at the dinner, as Steve was there, photograph, chasing for 5 minutes after Christoph left. Discovered a trap in the game and disposed of the card in the ball. I'm gonna present. I'm gonna press. Why in the ball? Ah, I perceived my opponent's attempt immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming.
Oh ho! So you struck first! I like that!
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I'd have to call the police. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. From there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when we returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
A little?
He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? It's obviously got involved in a rather sticky affair. I had obviously got involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Christoph's law office would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. That evening, Christopher and I had dinner. We sat at dinner with his photograph. Like in his photograph, Shady Snake dot 5. Jason within 5 minutes left. I discovered a child during the game and disposed of the card in the ball. I'm gonna check everything again. Black and white photo. Photo forehead. The hat was removed in investigation. Right, cell phone. Olga's photo. The defendant Mr. Smith at the divorce ball. Wait! I just noticed that Phoenix is wearing sandals. But that's not because I was looking at the picture of him and Smith at the dinner table next to the piano. I was looking at the box of wine bottles. There are 4 of them. All of them are corked, and I was trying to see if one of them has the card with the. Ship photo, no. Victim's hand. I'm gonna present wine a bottle. Oh. I'm gonna check that photo again. No. I don't know what to present where. Oh god, it's the tutorial mission of all things. Wait. No, but he did. I don't know what to present. I'm gonna try the bottle again until something pops out.
Objection!
Oh, that was it. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yeah. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. Is that the same? Oh, no. Well, Mr. Wright, surely if to say I can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put in that bottle, however. same dialogue. So what's going on? Mr. Right who links us again. Or did the card just disappear? Push him harder. Okay, I'm gonna repress everything then. Beside the table with this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Yeah, dinner. Freaking big. Very usual. I always go to Mr. Gavin. Let's see. Sitting. 5 minutes, so the two of them can come. Oh, what you're hiding this time? I just got the card again. Just put the card in the bottle. I already pressed that twice. Okay, I think I need to present something else in the trap statement. I just don't know what. Cell phone again. Is there any more I can see besides the battery? Yeah, besides the tape, irrelevant. Okay, I'm gonna present the photo just for shit.
Objection!
No, that wasn't it. Contradiction. I'm sure about that. Right, not working. We're talking against the guy. I'm gonna try another phone call with a cell phone.
Objection!
No. Careful. There you go. How could he have seen the cut if the victim was still wearing his hat? Oh, okay, I'm gonna try that.
Objection!
You were right. You were right, Jake. Thank you. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at these photographs of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, just put more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You?
You put the hat on the dead man's head?
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright just like in his little photograph.
And?
I picked his hat up on the floor and put it on his head.
Why did you do something like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it. It being the victim's his head. I take not, she was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, there we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Dun dun dun. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christophe. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright! If you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never! Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
A reason?
That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall what I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christophe, I seems to be a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? China pate? It wasn't you, was it? It wasn't you, was it? That's right, Chris was just trying to cover up for it. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china pate? Bone china plate? Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain. Bone china plate. Ah! Very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. Pat. Bone China pat. China pate. China pate? Pate. China pate. Ah, aim for the pate. Of course. The pate. You got hit on the pate. You got hit on the pate. Hit on the pate. Yeah. It's a part of the forehead. It's like, yeah, hit him on the pate. A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borch Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Bone china pate?
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Yep. Christoph ... Trouble. I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on? Your point, Mr. Gavin. It's come down to this. Has it, Phoenix Wright?
Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor, I...
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
April 20th, 2:32 p.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? Question mark, may I? Oh! That's the girl from the photo! But she's not wearing pink, she's wearing blue. Huh? What? Yeah. She's wearing a top hat, more precisely a top magician hat, powder blue. She's wearing a cape, some sort of cloak, like a magician's cape, and brooch with diamond-shaped emerald with a silver frame on it, and it has some sort of triangle pattern in the trim. Wait, the stem. No, not. I forgot the word already. Yeah, it's Phoenix's daughter. Yeah, I think it's Phoenix's adopted daughter. What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Oh my God, it's the red card. Why does she have that? That's a red card. Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all. Oh! It's the ace of spade with a speck of blood on it. This is the fifth ace. It's an ace of it's an ace of spade from a red card with a drip of blood on it. Holy shit! Holy shit indeed. An ace? Where do I remember that card from? Flashback, Miss Olga's testimony. Mr. Smith hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true! I've seen it, the 5th ace! There was cheating, I swear to you! The missing fifth ace. Wait, this blotch of red, is this blood?
You have your trump card, now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Bye-bye.
This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant and why in her did she have that card in herself. That was part of Phoenix's plan. Phoenix had a play in this and we're just tagging along like, meh. That girl, I've seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. Now we see the locket. Yeah, she's older than in the picture, but that bloody ace added to the court record. Okay. Yeah, in the picture she's younger. She's like 2 years younger, approximately, give or take. April 20th, 2:45 p.m. Just quit court. Courtroom number 2. It's only me and Payne with the judge. No Christoph Gavin next to me. And Phoenix Wright is still in the in the back, being withheld by the bailiff.
Court will now reconvene. Defense attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone into this in this courtroom.
Janusz, fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald.
Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head?
Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Phoenix! Wow, what's he doing this to us? I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. This is Phoenix Wright theme song from the 3rd game. What's he doing next to us? The fuck? Am I the only one who feels uncomfortable? A civilian in the defendant's booth? In the attorney's booth? What are you doing here? Get out! You're on Maya's. You're. This is Maya's spot. Get out! Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing right? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo. Yeah. He's talking about Maya's. He's on Maya's side. Yeah, things are looking different. This is a joke made for the gamer, for the player. This joke was made for the player. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, except once taking it off. Never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit.
Oh!
When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have to be at the scene of the crime, at the time of the crime. In other words, you'd have to be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Phoenix smiling ... Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin?
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright! Exclamation mark. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the event of that fateful night?
Witness testimony that fateful night. The rage I sensed to that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the car came from Wright. So they never met.
So you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on the Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much, I mean, the very first trial of Phoenix Wright was kind of like that. Like, Mia, who was Phoenix's mentor, did set up the stage for him, and then he kind of figured it out on himself. Like, she was always saying that, Phoenix, you must change your way of reasoning. You're never gonna get nowhere if you don't think outside of the box. Turn about. That last one is a contradiction. Yeah, I mean, you feel that Apollo is Makoto. Yeah, that's good. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify, as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh!
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial's getting weirder and weirder. So that's what Miles Azur was saying before when he had to think. Yeah. When he had to think a bit different. Yeah. Like what he said, like with that drop of blood, when he said that this is like he learned that from battling Phoenix Wright. Turning his like whose blood is it, or who could whose blood could it been? That fateful night. The rage I sensed to that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers, his aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but he was more than that.
So then you knew the true nature of your client's job!
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that even though they were friends after all. Were it for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I fear this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle a no score.
I see. What happened then?
I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. Yeah. But usually when I close the window like this and open it again like this. Oh wait, I'm gonna say. problem with emulators. Ish, you have to bear with it a little bit, sorry. It's a bit better, but... There you go. The little window, you mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The block marketeers use it, I believe. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna keep on pressing. You have time to go to the bathroom. I'm pretty sure you know what the contradiction was anyway, right? Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? Oh, I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really? Do I need...
Really? No need to shout, Justice.
I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is, the coolest defense in the West we know of. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you would change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Not much. Apparently, Christophe, his nickname in the attorney business was the coolest defense in the West. Cool, I mean, the victim was dead as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely, you see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else would have been? Could have been. But why didn't you talk to the police?
Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one. Not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Good point. Exclamation mark. Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped was the fifth ace. Fifth ace, right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap up a card has been raised. Can you point out to a reason?
Yeah, I'm gonna show evidence. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a car was swapped out.
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace?
Because there was blood on it, like Jake suggested it. Does his hunch is gonna work?
Take that!
My reason is, this.
Is that an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade!
What?
This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be?
In real life, this evidence wouldn't be admissible. Like, where did you get that card? Oh, from a mysterious girl I've never met, who turns out to be a musician.
Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable! How could you? What are you doing with that card?
Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card, it's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Ball Club that night after the murder had occurred. I give it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade after all. No, impossible, unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason?
The reason
For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo and the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose the killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer point of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture! Baseless!
Objection!
Oh, he's doing the pose! Point the finger! Oh, I assure you, it's quite base! What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Okay? Now we're seeing a top view map of the scene of the crime. Oh! Now we have a third dimension. Okay, now we see it in 3 dimensions. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene.
Well, what is it?
The trickle of blood was going backwards and forward. The card would have been on the floor. Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position is this in this diagram doesn't fit? We see the victim, the witness, and the killer. And we see witness number 2. I'm trying to see the point of view of the one who's looking through the window. Ah, I see. Yeah. I'm using my finger, but yeah, there's a cabinet behind, and from the window, he could see the guy who's looking at the window could see the whole view except the victim's head. You could see the rest of the body, but there's no way he could have seen the witness head. The only way he could have seen the blood is if he was inside the room. Whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witness, the second witness. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? That would be the victim, because the way the drop, the trail of blood was set, the card, the blood wouldn't fall on the card. It would have to be. The chair would have been turned back. If the chair was turned back, now there he would have been able to see his head. I'm gonna see the victim. I'm gonna save. And present. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him.
Ah!
Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Yeah, that's what my point of view exactly.
Why, that's right. So, what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Yeah! Those chairs can spin like mine. So, yeah. My logic stands. Great. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Okay, I'm turning. Recreate the crime scene. Yeah, I'm turning the chair around.
The chair was facing the other way?
It would have to be. I moved the chair and now. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take it the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But that creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witness, or the second witness? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim is facing away? The killer is on the front of the table, and the witness is between, is on the chair next to the door. And the second witness could see is only the head. You know what? I'm gonna say the second witness. What doesn't make sense is the second witness. You mean to say I don't make sense? No, of course you do, sir. As I thought. Help!
Mr. Justice, I'm a little hard of hearing. Did you just say something? Would you be kind enough to show the court one more time what you mean?
Let's test your reasoning skills again. Okay. That would be the killer. No. The witness? The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Oh, really? Well, would it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is. I would think it would be quite hard, yes.
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense! Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's take it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Okay, let's forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? On his lap. The killer have to be standing, well, here? No.
You get points to flair! You get points for flair, but that's about all you get!
I thought I was on something there, too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible! The victim is facing a solid cupboard! Or are you claiming the killer climbed on the cupboard and hit it from above? Ha!
It's simple logic, really. If it was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait! I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there!
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? ... Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Points finger.
Bailiff! Send the team to the crime scene immediately. Have them time to move the cupboard.
Ah, Your Honor?
What?
There's one more thing you men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. A piece of paper.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, the cupboard would have been in front of the window. Booyah! The second witness wouldn't be able to see anything. Okay, we pinned him good. If the killer was standing here at the scene of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't there, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Yeah, I'm gonna move the cupboard. Boom! Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What's it? What it is now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found here another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime?
The second witness! About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin.
What did you say?
Oh? He's the coolest defense in the West, losing his cool?
Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right?
It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. Famous quote. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Points finger.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I will have order. Oh, it's you, bailiff. Wait, we just now received word from our investigating team at the Borch Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh, and what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it.
What?
Ah, yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. Wink, wink. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. You never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of porridge, no doubt. Just like our killer. We see everything. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something, please. ...
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with Destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came and he took it. Eek! What did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But this time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped up from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside, so he turned, he wheeled his chair around to look, and boom! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the card on the floor and the fact that they were all red. striking his hair. He's taking it. He took the blow pretty well. It's like, ah. And then he struck his hair.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I have to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Adjusting his glasses. Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Payne,
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
the prosecution will continue the investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant is hereby clear of all suspicion.
What?
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances called for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection.
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. Nods his head. Oh, it's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin. Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for your jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Yeah, it kinda was. Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason, at present, to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes! Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to go? Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another good look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered question indeed.
Yes, but there's nothing in the bottle! We're looking for the Five of Hearts, and the Five of Hearts is nowhere to be found. I even checked in the pictures if it were, but it's nowhere to be found. I checked all the picture where we see Mr. Smith or Mr. Felix Wright. It's not even in their pockets either. But yeah, the only way we would have put it upside down is to put the card, but the reason why it's gone, it's beyond my... Unless... I'm gonna see if it works. I'm gonna examine the bottle again. Grape juice. How long is it been since I drank grape juice? No, I didn't want to. I didn't want to select it. I wanted to drag my mouse around it a bit. It felt like a double click. I'm trying to see if the sticker can be peeled. If he hid the card behind the sticker, because I cannot see through, and the bottle, it says it's empty. Yeah, bottle's completely empty.
Well, Mr. Justice?
Mr. Gavin said that the court, in this case, demanded an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court? What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle was upside down?
Yes, oh! The picture, oh, okay, I understand now. The way Phoenix is standing off, the crate of bottle is right next to him. Say you would fetch a bottle. Without going out of your chair, you have to grab it upside down to lift it up. That's how he did it. I'm gonna present the picture. It's actually easier to show than to explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me? On the floor?
Yes. Now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. Ah! See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck with your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow! I can't believe it was that simple!
Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottle and make it look like a murder weapon.
Order! 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 What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
No. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactics for misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an initial investigation?
Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Barsh Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you going to dust? What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake. True, that bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes! Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Are we gonna find... We're gonna find the card! We're gonna find the card. The reason why there was no card on the bottle of the murder scene is because the bottles were switched Mr. Right. That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Okay, I'm gonna expect it. I'm gonna turn it. Ah, yes! We can see it plain as day. We see the card inside the bottle. Yes, yes, yes. And it's the 5 of hearts. Yes, 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 yes. And it's a bit folded because he had to roll it to fit it in the deck. But yeah, there's something inside the bottle. Oh, they're screwable. They're not corks. Yeah, the 5 of hearts. Wrinkled a bit. It's a bit wrinkled, but it's the 5 of hearts. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a minute. Miss Olga, really? Yeah, our little swindling debauchka. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and I found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might have happened, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Dispose where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Five of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night.
You,
Mr. Christoph Gavin, points finger. Taking the hit. He's boiling. Raging. Fist on the bench. But he was so enraged, he didn't yell a single time. His aura was so intense that the botch, the lobster, and the dishes that was on the floor when Olga was testimonying were on the ground and they were rising up. Like the rage, his inner rage was so intense that the dishes and the lobster flew from the ground and then fell down when he finished punching. That is all. He's mad. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? ... My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. He gets his composures back. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? ...
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anymore?
I believe it's time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
Smiling ... I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years. And you still haven't lost your touch.
Christophe Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
A dark time is coming for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own court system. We have to set it right.
Mr. Right!
Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce the verdict. This court find the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty!
Cheers, confetti!
Court is adjourned.
April 20th, 4:28 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, huh, didn't you? Your ability? Ability? Yes, the sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. Okay, this is a flashback. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim? Is it true? Of course it's true! What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. Answer! Right. Today was full of questions without answer, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could we have had to commit murder? What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me, I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him.
Wait! But that's perjury!
You testified!
You testified! You said that locket was yours!
Sorry, I hit so hard I dropped my salt.
He lied! Okay.
No, Phoenix isn't capable of doing that. He had a Nakatama who says that he can find some secret inside of people's heart, but because Phoenix used the Magatama to pick up his client to see, are you really innocent? With his little gadget of his, he would have figured out whether it had, and if the defendant, if his client has anything to hide. So no, Apollo's ability is natural, but he needs a little something to help him focus. Could tell them the witness were lying, but Apollo could actually tell the exact thing they were lying about. Yes, exactly. That's insane. Yes, exactly. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Office after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Right and Co Law Office? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached a sad conclusion and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? Not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed, a naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seems, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was this forged evidence. Oh, wait, what was it? The ace. That was the ace. Please tell me it's the ace.
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yeah, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. Yeah, that was my question, like... The court can't accept this evidence, it's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it as a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you really... Yes, I forged this card. Oh! Bad, Phoenix, bad! One look at the crime scene should have told you that it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling himself an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Yeah! I don't know if he punched Phoenix, but his head moved and there was a grunt and then a sound effect. So I don't know if Apollo punched Phoenix, but oh yeah, I punched him. He just said it. Okay, I punched him. Phoenix ... He took the hit well. Like he says, yeah, I deserve that. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut? Try yelling "take that" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. Take that! And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out of the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. The end. No, he didn't really kill Smith. No. The everything else was true, but the only way to find the truth was with a piece of decisive evidence that only the killer had. So he had to produce it, but he literally produced it illegally. So no, I don't think that Phoenix killed the guy at all. Even if it was for self-defense, I believe that everything Phoenix has been done has been for the pursuit of the truth, but he took a low blow. Like, he took a page from the Manfred von Karma's book. Like, Phoenix went to the dark side. While Edgeworth was self-righteous and learned from the naive Phoenix Wright to be a better person, Phoenix went down. So there, maybe we're gonna see another case. We're gonna see maybe Phoenix Wright taking the bar again, having to face Edgeworth, and he's get his comeuppance. We'll see, but right now I'm gonna save the game. It's 8:30 right now. I've been streaming for 4 hours and a half. It's been fun. It's been